Ladies and gentlemen, at this time to honor America, we ask that you please rise and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Horseshoe Indianapolis for the final week of racing. It is Monday. We're racing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday this week. Closing day is November 17th, and today is a beautiful day for a 10-race card. Brian, how you feeling?
Excellent.
Did you go home this weekend?
No, I went to Green Bay this weekend, which was very desirable as well. There's nothing in Wisconsin. I'm sorry if you're from Wisconsin.
Packers, and that's it?
Well, no, they suck too. So, like,
sorry, I didn't even mean to say that. I know you and Eric hate the Packers.
And the Badgers got their butt kicked too. We won't talk about the Gophers. But how about them Vikings?
Yeah.
How about them Dobbs Mania replacing Taylor Swift on the NFL Twitter handle? Dobbs. He's the guy.
Yeah, on the NFL because the Chiefs had a bye week, but they were all over Twitter because they kissed after her Argentina show last night.
Yeah, I hope he gets stuck down there. I hope they won't let him back
He's already back. Nice try.
Oh, she should get stuck down there too. For all I care, they both can stay down there.
I ship them. Don't. Them's fighting words.
Send those Swiftie fans my way. They can send my hate mail.
So the Vikings played well yesterday, huh? Or did they play yesterday?
Yeah, of course. It was Sunday yesterday. I'm not sure if you remember the days and how they work. We're racing Monday through Friday.
I was riding horses all day yesterday. I have a life outside of sports. I know that shocks you because you don't.
Well, yeah, no. So, like, Monday through Friday do work. Then Saturday watch college football. And Sunday all we watch is Red Zone for like 12 hours.
Yeah.
So
while you have horse racing on your laptop,
right?
right?
Yeah, my days are pretty much set.
Planned out every day. All right, go Vikings. We have a kind of mild weather, but it's not too bad. It's supposed to be actually almost, I think, 68 or something Wednesday. It's supposed to be really nice. Before we get started talking about our last day of racing on the penultimate week and stuff that's coming up. Thank you. Yeah. That was Bill Downs' word, his favorite word, penultimate. You said it last week, so I let you cover it for us.
So I always remember to use it.
Yeah, that's a good word. Let's send it to Todd at WRTV to tell us about the weather. Todd.
From Indy streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update. And you couldn't draw up another November day with weather this good for racing here, especially in the middle of the month. We're going to enjoy lots of sunshine here at John and Rachel with temperatures that are going to be well above normal. In fact, we're going to be about 10 to 13 degrees above normal. You throw in sunshine and light winds, it'll be a nice afternoon out there with temperatures topping off in the mid-60s. I will point out, though, once the sun sets, it will cool off very quickly back into the 50s. And then eventually by tomorrow morning, we're right around freezing. But another great day tomorrow for the races with lots of sunshine and a high temperature right around 60 degrees.
Pleasant and mostly sunny. Let's talk about our doubles from last week. We had a couple of doubles for jockeys and a trainer double.
Yeah, I mean, it's been the wealth has been pretty spread around, which is always nice because a lot of these horses bred in Indiana don't really go anywhere. They have plenty of opportunities to race here April through September, so it's nice to see the wealth kind of being spread around at the end of the meet.
The doubles were for Sammy Bermudez and Orlando Mojica, and also, I said it last week, I called it, Kim Hammond. She drops them down at the end of the meet, so be sure to watch her entries this week. She had a training double as well, so congratulations to Sammy, Orlando, and Kim. Make sure to keep them on your radar. I don't know, did we get the did you do the standings all by yourself, Aaron? Because I didn't put it on the script, but we definitely should take a look. It's Joe Ramos in the lead for sure. Look at Aaron. Don't even have to ask, and he does it. It's amazing. Joe Ramos, 105. Fernando, only 5 behind, and we got a 5-day.
It was down to 3. It had previously been down to 3, so back up to 5.
Yeah, but definitely doable, don't you think? In the last week, he could get it done.
Well, yeah, because we're gonna have 100 races this week, so I mean it's pretty easy
got a
to
pretty
make
good
up
shot.
5. So
yeah, exactly. And then Bermudez is 87, and then in the lead, Gennaro Garcia, who has held the lead for most of the meet, he's 10 above Klopp with 60. So we're keeping an eye on Ramos and Fernando, only 5 apart. Gennaro and Randy are 10 apart for the leading jockey and leading trainer stats. And those are some names that you should definitely mark down in your handicapping, because these are our top trainers and our top jockeys as of November 12th. Hey, did you see that Jailhouse Justice is in tomorrow?
I did.
JJ, this is the horse that we sold for that we bought for the NHC winner, or
From
for
last
the
year,
Road to the
right?
Derby winner. Yeah.
From last year, right?
Yeah, because
Okay.
so now he's finally at the races.
Well, this would be like his 3rd start if I remember right.
Yeah, and you talked to the winner from this year at the sale, right? See, this
Yep.
is Tony Bradshaw from last year. What did you think about the winner from last year? What did he get? A good horse?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. They all going through the sale. I think he got the one he certainly wanted to.
That's
It was
good.
fun for him to get that experience because he was in charge of the bidding, so it wasn't like
exactly.
Tony Granitz
That's
or
what's so
anyone,
cool about it.
or I believe it's Tim Eggleston who is going to be in charge of training this year. Did the bidding, so it was fun for him not only to attend the sale but also to kind of be in charge of the card and actually decide, because we put forward, I believe, $15,000 that they can use for their sales purchase. I believe the final sales price was right around $5,500, so that rest of that money, just about $9,500, will go to the training fees, which should cover them for the whole year, and then hopefully they have success once they make it out on the racetrack. But awfully cool to see Jailhouse Justice back in. I believe it's for the 3rd start in here. If I remember right, I could be wrong. They tried a little bit of everything. They tried sprinting, they tried routing. We'll see what they come back and do for tomorrow.
Routing on the turf in race 3 is what JJ is going to be in tomorrow. We also have a big winner from Veterans Day, the $2,500 Legends Day contest. Congratulations to Peter Renata, who won Friday, and congratulations to him. That was a big contest. We're super excited that we got to have that. The Veterans Day was awesome, wasn't it? It was really
It's always
good
good to see an Italian win, and it's Renato. When it ends in a vowel, you know it's Italian. That's how it goes, right?
Right.
I mean, that's
it
how
sounds.
it goes.
I mean, you're
Aragoni.
the man.
Yeah, no.
If it
Ricky
ends in an O,
Gianni, if
yeah.
it ends in a vowel.
It ends in
not
a
just
vowel.
an O,
It'd be
vowel.
an I or an O.
Yeah.
All
or
right.
an E or an
Like
A.
Pacino.
Yeah.
See.
Something. Now you're catching on, Gianni.
Yep.
See?
All right, I got it. At least I say Ricky Giannini right. A lot of people butcher it, he says, and it bothers him. Jockey Toy Drive coming up. I'm going to bring a toy for the Jockey Toy Drive. It concludes on Thursday, November 16th. The jockeys always do this. It's so cool. Thank you to all of them for participating in the Jockey Toy Drive. A group photo will be taken after race 6 on Thursday. We'll donate all of them. They always go above and beyond for that.
I think I'm going to get it like U-Haul, rent a U-Haul, and just clean out my house and bring all the toys out.
I think we should just
Find some more
donate them to
space in
you.
our house. Well, no, I don't want them. So we'll
Yeah.
donate our old
I
toys
know.
now, and we'll actually donate them and clean out the house.
I
and
gotta
find some
thin out
space we
the.
haven't had.
I'm with you, man. I gotta thin out the toys before Christmas, or it's gonna get out of control. All right, we don't have much to talk about today because the meet is ending, but we do want to mention that we do have an NHC qualifier coming up soon as well, right after the meet's over. Do you want to tell them about it?
No.
It's December 2nd.
Okay.
$500 live money buy-in. This is how this works. I'm the caller, and
the
then
host,
you
I'm the
talk.
analyst.
So
Yeah,
you're.
host,
So
analyst,
I'm supposed
so-
to set you up, and then you're supposed to talk about this stuff. Or I could just talk the whole time, and you just
See,
sit there
that's
and
where
look
you're
pretty, which is
mistaken. You
really
thought
what
you were with John or Jimmy Mack, and you're with Brian. So then you have to carry
So
the
my
load.
back's
That's
gonna
how it
hurt
works. Yeah,
after
exactly.
this. All
Sorry
right.
that would typically occur if John was still here, but he's off looking at some beautiful sunset
Yeah,
somewhere.
did you see that?
Sunrise. Yeah, very jealous.
Must
but
be nice. $500 live money buy-in, top 4 advance to NHC finals, and the top share. $6,500 in prize money, and plus there should be an extra bullet point. Racing Rachel will be at the NHC at the NHC final in Vegas, so you get to see me on top of everything else you win, which is like a reason in itself. Let's take a quick commercial break so Brian can prepare himself to talk about the early pick 5. We'll be right back.
Feel the excitement with TwinSpires.com, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby and Breeders' Cup. With TwinSpires.com, place legal wagers and watch live horse racing wherever you are on any device. Sign up, play, and win today. New players use promo code FREE100 on sign up to start your $100 bonus. With TwinSpires.com, you can bet on horse racing. Get the TwinSpires.com app to receive special offers and the most up-to-date information. Terms and conditions apply. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
With over 200 flavor notes, every sip of Woodford Reserve Bourbon is a spectacle for the senses.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, race 1 kicks off the early pick 5. We've got 2, the early and the late pick 5, which is on the last 5 thoroughbred races. In race 1 here, we're going to start with a maiden claiming for 5. It's a mile on the dirt. Tell us what you think, B, about this race.
Well, my title was just Swifty in there, so that was very exciting and clever by Aaron. I did catch that. Race number 1, I mean, I thought the scratch number 6, Waylaid, was definitely unique in here. I thought that horse was certainly going to play a presence and also take a ton of action from Wesley Ward as well. So you'll see my ticket on your screen now. 2, 3, and 5 is going to kick it off. Hopefully we can get Fortune home at 7-1 in here. Moment of Insight, if you're following that early money, is taking some action right now. 10-1, down to 3-1 on the stretch out for Bill Morey, winning at 30%. And then Small Sailor just kind of is what he is, 0 for 15. But his numbers certainly fit, but he's been beaten in 15 prior starts, so certainly not one I don't believe that you can lean on. Maybe some people can, but I'm going to go 2, 3, and 5 in the opener as we go to an allowance event, 1 mile. Scratch numbers 3 and 6 out of this spot in here. LA Woman is a horse that I think is your most likely winner, but I am concerned about Edge of Town getting away on a loose lead. I thought this horse could maybe stretch out. Matilda Burnham going to be riding for Brian Cook in here. And, you know, a lot of people are going to look at Cox versus Cook in here. A couple of C's to set to battle it out. You've got one that wins at a very high percentage, and the other one doesn't have a ton in the barn that are locked and loaded and only wins at 5%. So I'm sure a lot of people are going to go in with LA Woman. I will use them both. I do think Edge of Town, if they can get the distance, is the controlling speed, and Burnham could be the one to catch in here. Your gal Burnham trying to get the job done in race number 2. $5,000 claimers on the turf. Now, you know you have a healthy turf course not only are we racing on November 13th, but you've got $5,000 claimers on the turf. That right is not reserved anywhere else in the country. I would challenge you to find another race course where they allow $5,000
The trainers
claimers.
ask and we listen. They say that all the time, that there's no bottom level.
But like, we're not saving it for anything, right?
No, it's
other racetracks would be like, we're not allowing $5,000 claimers on the turf here.
Right.
We welcome it. And guess what? They return us with big fields, a field of 10 set to go on the turf. I'm going to spread out $5,000 claimers. No offense to any of the connections, they are at a low claiming price because they are untrustworthy. And when I see a low claiming price, it usually means spread out, because most of them are proven to be inconsistent. Otherwise, they would certainly be higher. You know, it's like a car. The lower the price, maybe that car doesn't start, gets a little bit cold. And it could be the same way for many of these horses at these levels. So I'm going to spread out in race number 3. And I am thankful that race number 3 does not carry over into the late Fire 5. Race number 4,
Well
$7,500 claimers. Scratch number 6, Crime Spree out of number 6. I remember Crime Spree back when that horse was with Eric Heitzman for many, many years. So that is an intriguing scratch in here. 2, 4, and 7 for me. This is kind of a challenging race. I wasn't sure what to do with Double Tough, the 10-year-old for Carl Broberg, who's become a classic here at Indiana. Many people have watched this horse for upwards of a decade now of racing, making start number 46 for Double Tough, a horse I'm going to play against. 2, 4, and 7 for me. Keeping it classy, Fernando de la Cruz. Roger McQueen is a sort that I know the connections were once high on, kind of made their way through the conditions and then dropped down to the bottom. 2, 4, and 7. As race number 5, 12,000 claimers on the turf. What do you think about the single in here? Military
It's
Force.
my top pick. Sorry.
Oh,
I know you don't like that.
Yeah, I don't love
As soon
that.
as I turned the page and saw you singled the 1 and I had it on top, I was like, oh, he's not going to like this.
No, that's not preferred. That's for sure. I mean, you do win at a high rate, but that also assures we won't get 7-2. It sounds like more like 7-5. But that's okay. General Garcia, Marcelino Pedroza, 2 guys that certainly don't need a compass to our winner's circle. This horse made a huge rush mid-turn last time out. Got run down by the 3-2 chalk and Shady McGee that day, but I thought the horse held well, galloped out well, maybe mistimed a little bit, kind of moved a little bit early before that quarter pole, and just got run down by a horse who was expected to win that day. Second start off the layoff, third time going on the turf, does have 1 win and 1 photo finish defeat, which was last out. I think the sky is the limit for Military Force. And speaking of Military Force, how about Veterans Day as you shift through your Amazon cart? Wartime Hero,
Instagram.
getting the job done on Friday with Wartime Hero. Now today we could bounce right back with Military Force.
Nice ticket. Good luck.
Yeah, no, I can tell you're paying attention, writing down
just like
every little
just like how
piece of
you were
information.
when at the first half of the show. You were just like, yeah.
I've got a switch. It's on all the time. When
It
when
is
wire
not.
to wire turns
It
on,
is
the
not.
switch is flipped.
Oh my God,
We
you're
are
so full
go
of it.
time.
You know, I hope Eric's watching this because you have totally ran the show into the ground.
I don't know how.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we want to say thank you to our sponsors. We definitely had a wonderful year of sponsorships. As soon as the meet's over, Eric is making me sell more. So if you get a call from me, please help me, because if I don't increase the total of our sponsorships, Eric is going to be disappointed in me, and it's my life mission not to disappoint Eric. Thank you, Brown Foreman, Tequila Aradora, Corbell, and Woodford Reserve. Indiana Breed Development. Jessica Barnes crushed it this year with all of our amazing swag for our Champions Day. A lot of people have been walking around with that and loved it. And of course, High Bar Real Estate. They're ready to champion you in all things real estate. 317-512-3767. That's Alicia. She's awesome. Call her. She can do anything you need real estate wise. Follow them on social media. And thank you to everyone else for joining us today on Wire to Wire. We have a 10 race card. Let's get Brian upstairs so he can read you your changes in their entirety, and I have to jump over on FanDuel TV. Good luck.
Good afternoon and welcome to November 13th at Horseshoe Indianapolis, where the main track listed as fast and the turf course is firm. That rail setting down at 0 feet on a firm turf course as we're just a quarter past the hour here, the 2 o'clock hour at Horseshoe Indianapolis. First post 15 minutes away. Let's go over today's scratches and changes as the early pick 5 begins in race number 1. Hannah Leahy picks up the mount on number 4, Mud Puddle. Leahy aboard Mud Puddle. Scratch number 6, Waylaid. Number 7, Quality Dancer, races 3 pounds overweight. And number 8, Matlock, will race in blinkers today and did so last start as well. Leahy picks up the mount on number 4 in race 1. Race number 2, scratch numbers 3 and 6. 3 and 6 scratched out of our second event. Kicks off today's early pick 4, number 8, Cicerto, 4 pounds over. Race number 3, clear of change, an owner correction. Fausto Gutierrez, the owner of Divine Exchange. In race 4, scratch the 6, Crime Spree. Crime Spree out of the 4th event. Race number 5 on the turf course, a few scratches to go over in race number 5. Scratch 4, 8, 9, and both also eligible as the 13 and 14. 4, 8, 9, 13, and 14 out of the 5th race. Make the rider of number 5, Major Wager, Gerardo Corrales. Number 6, Jay's Naughty Boy, 2 pounds overweight. Race 6, Hannah Leahy picks up the mount on Flat Out Faye. Leahy aboard Flat Out Faye. In race number 7, scratch number 4, Backwards K, struck out of race number 7. Race 8, clear of change. Race number 9, a couple of overweights to go over for our late daily double. Quarter horses in race 9 and 10. Number 1, 7 pounds over. Number 3, make the jockey Jermaine O'Neal. O'Neal picks up number 3 and is plus 5. Number 4, 7 pounds over. Number 5, 5 pounds over. Number 6, 7 over. Number 7, 7 over. Number 8, 2 pounds over. And number 9, now ridden by Saul Lopez and will be plus 7. In addition to those, number 10 will be 5 pounds overweight. And scratch the also eligible AP, the Dove's Light, scratched out of race number 9. In race 10, number 1, 2 pounds over. Number 2, 7 pounds over. Number 3, 7 pounds over. Number 4, 7 pounds over as well. We are awaiting a rider change, potentially on number 5, R Eagle, to be announced later on. Number 6, 5 pounds over. Number 8, 7 pounds over. And number 9 will race 7 pounds over. Do scratch the also eligible Super Javi out of race number 11. And number 10, Lee's Favorite, 2 pounds overweight. Those are the scratches and changes for the 10-race card on the final Monday of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, where we are about 10 minutes away from the opener. The horses have joined us in the paddock. They'll be on the main track shortly, and we'll get started on a Monday of racing right here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Best of luck today.
Fields on the track for the first race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, where we are 2 minutes away from the opener. Scratch number 6, Waylaid. Hannah Leahy aboard. Number 4, Mud Puddle. Pick 5 kicks off just a few minutes from now. Get those tickets in now. Field's reached the gate. It's post time for race number 1. Alpha Leah goes in along with Mud Puddle. Favored throughout, Small Sailor. Last to load, Matlock. Clicks down to 7-2. They are off on a Monday at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and they broke in a perfect line. Down on the inside is Alpha Leah, who looks to go to that early lead. Taking the worst of it is Matlock, who's strung out into the 4-path, along with Fortune, who is also unable to tuck in through that slow early pace as Alpha Leah sets that early fraction as your favorite 3-5. Small Sailor tracks just a length off of that one. Mud Puddle find himself in a good spot down on the inside for Hannah Leahy. Then comes Matlock along with Quality Dancer, and in last, Moment of Insight can see them all through an opening quarter in 24.76. As Alpha Leah and Sammy Bermudez look to slow him down on the backside, but Small Sailor will have none of that. Cuts that margin from a length to a half length. Fortune sitting just behind those dueling leaders, and Mud Puddle is already loose reined at this point, and Mud Puddle dropping right back to last and affecting Moment of Insight, who was moving up but had to check out of it on the backside. Now Matlock and Eder Martinez looking to cut into that margin, and that's it for Alpha Leah as Small Sailor opens up a 2-length lead. Fortune being asked for everything from Aragon, and Small Sailor threatening to give this field the slip as Matlock looking to cut into it, along with Quality Dancer at 41-1. But Small Sailor in start number 16 has opened up a 5-length lead as now Matlock looking to cut into that margin along with Quality Dancer, who's on the wrong lead. But Small Sailor, today may be the day, and at the 16th pole it's all about Small Sailor as Matilda Burnham won it on the turn, and she opened up by 6 lengths, and Small Sailor kicks off the card from Matlock and Quality Dancer in 140.71. Unofficially 2-8-7-3 in the opener. Entering the high bar real estate, the victorious Small Sailor, 2-year-old Dark Bay Gelding by Speitster out of Ship Ahoy. Bred in Virginia by Greg Hugo Moore. Owned by Bruce Murphy. Ridden to victory by Matilda Burnham. Trained by our leading trainer, Gennaro Garcia. Race number 1 has gone official. First exacta of the day returns $9.80. Your 50-cent trifecta, $62.30. 10-cent superfecta, favorite on top, $38.41. Race number 2, posted on the board 21 minutes from now. It kicks off today's 15% takeout pick 4. In race 2, please scratch 3 and 6. 3 and 6 are out of race number 2. Number 8, Cicerto, is 4 pounds overweight. Pick 4 kicks off 20 minutes from now. Clicks down to 7-2. They are off on a Monday at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and they've broken a perfect line. Down on the inside is Alpha Leah, who looks to go to that early lead. Taking the worst of it is Matlock, who's strung out into the 4-path, along with Fortune, who is also unable to tuck in through that slow early pace as Alpha Leah sets that early fraction as your favorite 3 to 5. Small Sailor tracks just a length off of that one. Mud Puddle find himself in a good spot down on the inside for Hannah Leahy. Then comes Matlock along with Quality Dancer, and in last, Moment of Insight can see them all through an opening quarter in 24.76 as Alpha Leah and Sammy Bermudez look to slow him down on the backside, but Small Sailor will have none of that. Cuts that margin from a length to a half length. Fortune sitting just behind those dueling leaders, and Mud Puddle is already loose reined at this point. Mud Puddle dropping right back to last and affecting Moment of Insight, who was moving up but had to check out of it on the backside. Now Matlock and Eder Martinez looking to cut into that margin, and that's it for Alpha Leah as Small Sailor opens up a 2-length lead. Fortune being asked for everything from Aragon, and Small Sailor threatening to give this field the slip as Matlock looking to cut into it, along with Quality Dancer at 41-1. But Small Sailor in start number 16 has opened up a 5-length lead as now Matlock looking to cut into that margin along with Quality Dancer, who's on the wrong lead. But Small Sailor, today may be the day, and at the 16th pole, it's all about Small Sailor as Matilda Burnham won it on the turn, and she opened up by 6 lengths, and Small Sailor kicks off the card from Matlock and Quality Dancer in 140.71.
9 minutes to the second race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And we've got a 2-year-old and up allowance. These are for fillies. They're going a mile on the dirt. We got a couple of scratches in here with the 3 and the 6. A nice race, though. It's going to be a tough one. I think, though, that the Brad Cox trainee is going to be the one to beat, though, LA Woman. Even though this is technically a step up, first time with winners, what a talented filly. Won the debut very nicely at today's surface and distance back on October 17th, and also has put in a bullet work on November 1st since that race. Also another nice work on October 28th. Marcelino Pedroza has won his last 2 of 5 with Brad. They had a nice couple of winners last week. This is a 2-year-old filly by City of Light. This is a Calumet bred and owned filly, and I think has found a nice spot here, shortened field. She just broke the maiden so nicely. I can't see that her first time with winners will be any different. And then I'm actually going to go to the 8. I thought it would be a little bit higher in odds, but we do have a couple scratches. So 4-1 I'll take on Cicerto, who gets Rodney Prescott aboard for Rob Dobbs. This one is bred and owned by Berger Racing Stables. 2-year-old filly by Mineshaft. And this one out of a Pure Prize dam. Just really nice breeding. And this filly wins her maiden on debut September 8th. And then goes straight into the Miss Indiana bred. So a tough stakes race for 2-year-olds. It was a field of 10. She looked good starting out, but just kind of got taken over by Ice Cold, who I had on top there and did look really good. It was still a very nice 3rd place finish, even though Ice Cold ran away with that race. And now this is easier company. We're going into allowance. You know, taking a step up from a maiden breaking win at first asking straight into a stakes race is a big ask for a filly, for any racehorse really. So going into allowance, I think it's going to be nice. The inside has been kind of hot, so the outside draw, obviously, even in a shorter field, I gave the edge to the 2. But 2-8 for my exacta, and then to round out my try, I've got the 1 at 6-1, and that is Edge of Town. We've got Matilda Burnham looking to get the early double. Congratulations to her on winning the opener. She's up for Brian Cook here in this race. And this one's first time with winners, but if you look at the races that Matilda has ridden, this filly has not done bad at all. They got beaten by half a length in 2 races back on October 12th, and then 1 finally breaking the maiden with Matilda by 4.5 lengths. So I like that she's back up. She obviously gets along with this filly. She knows horses really well, coming from an equestrian background, so I'm looking forward to seeing what she does with Edge of Town here in the second race as the jockeys get the leg up and horses head to the track. I've got the 3-5 favorite, Cox trainee LA Woman on top. Good luck.
Field's made its way onto the main track for race number 2. Now 5 minutes away. Scratch the 3 and 6. Fields reached the gate for race number 2. It is now post time. Last to load is C. Certo. Bet down off that 8-1 morning line. Loads at 2-1. And the 2-year-old fillies are off. C. Certo broke a half step slow and is going to be behind the field early as Edge of Town goes looking from the lead, but LA Woman content to go with that one. After that comes Go Margie Go and Designated and Hannah Leahy not handling that turn and did no favors for Gigi's World, and C. Certo, after being off a step slowly, is now rushing up rather quickly as Edge of Town at 4-1 takes the lead a half length from LA Woman. Then comes Go Margie Go, and C. Certo all the way down to 8-5 sits in fourth through an opening quarter in 24.53. Edge of Town from LA Woman. C. Certo ranging up 3 wide. Rodney Prescott continuing to make that sustained bid. Go Margie Go sitting in the pocket. Gigi's World 5 lengths off of it and Designated after not handling that turned very well. The 2-year-old filly by Bucaro well behind this field through an opening half in 48.44. And Edge of Town is being attacked by LA Woman. C. Certo still in hand for Rodney Prescott as Go Margie Go goes all in for Corrales and the Keeneland Shipper. The first to drop out of it at the top of the lane as LA Woman in the Calumet Farm Silks puts away Edge of Town, but going to have to deal with a fresh challenge from C. Certo as Go Margie Go still spinning her wheels. Edge of Town trying to be resurgent down on the inside. Still nothing from Gigi's World and Designated in the center of the track trying to close into it, but LA Woman looking to be a perfect 2 for 2 and C. Certo off slowly, but Go Margie Go is finding her stride late, and here comes Go Margie Go. Go Margie Go from LA Woman. Go Margie Go up in the shadow of the wire. Four, 2, 8, 1 in 140.42. Race 2 official. As Go Margie Go finds her best stride that final eighth. Go Margie Go, a 2-year-old chestnut filly by Exaggerator out of Little Super Bear. Bred in Kentucky, owned by Tony Papura, ridden to victory by Gerardo Corrales, and trained by Breeders' Cup champion trainer Larry Ravelli. Go Margie Go returns 23.60 on top. $2 exact returns 61.60. The 50-cent trifecta 428 48.95. 10-cent superfecta 24.11. The first daily double of the day 2-4 43.60. Race number 3 will be on a firm turf course, that rail setting at 0 as we are on the turf in race number 3. Do scratch nobody. No scratches out of race number 3. $5,000 claimers going a mile on the turf 24 minutes from now. And the 2-year-old fillies are off. Cicerto broke a half step slow and is going to be behind the field early as Edge of Town goes looking from the lead, but LA Woman content to go with that one. After that comes Go Margie Go and Designated and Hannah Leahy not handling that turn and did no favors for Gigi's World, and Cicerto, after being off a step slowly, is now rushing up rather quickly as Edge of Town at 4-1 takes the lead a half length from LA Woman. Then comes Go Margie Go, and Cicerto all the way down to 8-5 sits in fourth through an opening quarter and 24.53. Edge of Town from LA Woman. Cicerto ranging up 3 wide. Rodney Prescott continuing to make that sustained bid. Go Margie Go sitting in the pocket. Gigi's World 5 lengths off of it and Designated after not handling that turned very well. The 2-year-old filly by Bucaro well behind this field through an opening half in 48.44. And Edge of Town is being attacked by LA Woman. Cicerto still in hand for Rodney Prescott as Go Margie Go goes all in for Corrales and the Keeneland Shipper, the first to drop out of it at the top of the lane as LA Woman in the Calumet Farm Silks puts away Edge of Town, but going to have to deal with a fresh challenge from Cicerto as Go Margie Go still spinning her wheels. Edge of Town trying to be resurgent down on the inside. Still nothing from Gigi's World and Designated in the center of the track trying to close into it, but LA Woman looking to be a perfect 2 for 2, and Cicerto off slowly, but Go Margie Go is finding her stride late, and here comes Go Margie Go. Go Margie Go from LA Woman. Go Margie Go up in the shadow of the wire.
Aquí la herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
The 2023 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. December 4th through 6th. Register now at racingsymposium.com.
Nice winner in the second race, a $23 one. Gerardo Corrales aboard in that race, the 4. Congratulations to Larry Ravelli and my truest apologies, Ricky Giannini, who I keep jinxing. We'll go to a bottom level claimer here on the grass. Love to see it. A mile on the turf. 5, they're running for a nickel, 3-year-old and up, and there are 10 betting interests in here right now. The 2 is the 8-5 favorite. I'm going to go in this race 4-9. So let's start with Amazing Gal, who is 3-1. Our DRF formulator projected odds had this one going off at 3-1, so very similar to what we got right now. Amazing Gal has Manny Esquivel aboard for Carl Broberg, obviously a high percentage trainer. Out of the 40-some he's brought here, 30% win clip, 50% in the money. So definitely need to mark down when Broberg brings horses here to Indiana. Can this one make it 4 in a row? I think so. Honestly, has the numbers, is very versatile. Won last time in a condition claiming for 12.5 as the bettor's favorite, and 3 back, ran a mile and a 16th on the dirt at a condition 5 claimer. So I think this one is just right where it needs to be, has won it better. We're dropping it down. 75 Brisbane at speed figure last time. I don't really think this is for the end of the year. I don't think this is a big deal in the drop because this is an Indiana bred. So I think they're just trying to run this horse before the end of the meet, and this is where they've found a nice spot for her. So I'm going to go with Amazing Gal on top. And then I'm going to go to the 2, which is the 2-1 favorite right now, and that is Izzy's Monster. Gerardo looking for a double, as he did win the last race, as I said, on that nice upset winner for Larry here. So a very nice repeat if they're lucky for them. here in this race is what they're going for. But this one ran on poly last time and just missed by a few lengths in a 12.5 at a mile. If you look back to the last win, though, it was at Thistledown September 21st and it claiming for 12.5 as well. And that was today's distance and surface and won by 1.5 lengths. I think that Izzy's Monster is going to be tough to take here between the 2 and the 4. I definitely think that's a good exacta box for you guys. And then I'm going to round it out with the 9. The 9 is 6-1 right now, and I've got a Divine Exchange in for my try. Miguel Perez aboard for Fausto Gutierrez. He's had a nice week of racing. Out of his last 6, he's got 2 wins in 2 seconds. This horse is off of a bit of a freshening, 57 days away. Doesn't concern me though. I think this mare's in a good spot. I think she needed a little bit of a break. She's been jumping around. She was at Gulfstream Park. She went to Colonial, didn't do much, and then Pimlico. So this horse hasn't ran since September 17th, but I think is facing a lot easier company. The last win 3 back was at Gulfstream in June on the poly at a 1:70. I think she definitely likes a 1:70. She has a second at the flat mile. We'll see if she likes it on the outside, but I think she's definitely going to be in the mixed based numbers wise. This mare, she likes to come from off the pace too. So if we get a hot early pace, she might have something to run at. There's not a whole lot of early speed in here. We've got some with the 4, I think. Native Lion might press it a little bit, but I think the 9's got a good chance to get up for a third here in this race. 4-2-9 for me here in the third. Next up, race 4 starts the late pick 5. We'll get Baby B in here to go over his ticket. But here's 6 minutes to post. I've got Amazing Gal on top. Good luck.
Fields on the track for race number 3, 4 minutes from now. No scratches, no changes in the third. Horses stepping onto the turf course. Post time briefly for race 3. Wagering spread out as Izzy Monster and Amazing Gal vying for favoritism, both at 3-1. Waiting for Divine Exchange Impressions. Tabarina goes in. Last to load is Prescience. The board at 47-1. They are off and racing on the turf course as Pink Party Pants, seeking that first turf victory, goes looking for the lead, but the gray Amazing Gal is going to cling to that one along with Taparina from in between and Native Lion in the forepath as Taparina clears off into that first turn, and it's Taparina going well clear from Amazing Gal and Native Lion. Then comes the quick breaking Pink Party Pants along with Lucky Shore right next to Gettin' Tipsy. Izzy's Monster about 5 lengths out of it along with Four Glow, Divine Exchange, and Prescience. The last one in, the last one out through an opening quarter in 24.02, and it's Taparina at 6-1 being tugged along for Alexis Centeno, who's clear from Native Lion. Then comes Amazing Gal and Pink Party Pants down on the inside. Gettin' Tipsy getting a great trip if good enough. Lucky Shore as Izzy's Monster moves up on the backside with Divine Exchange hung out 4 wide as it's a tightly packed group from tip to tail. It's only 6 lengths as Taparina tried to slow him down in that second quarter. Then comes Amazing Gal as now Pink Party Pants going all in along with Four Glow as they are strung out very wide as Prescience out in the 8th path, but it's still Taparina as Taparina cuts, and now it's Gettin' Tipsy who's looking for 2 in a row and getting tipsy with each and every stride, galloping up that ground. And Gettin' Tipsy loves our turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 5-2 on Gettin' Tipsy from Taparina and Izzy's Monster. 6529. Still waiting on a final time. There it is. 137.02. Asking you shall receive. Getting Tipsy leads that field punch drunk. Is Getting Tipsy a 6-year-old chestnut mare by Stay Thirsty out of Richie's Girls Got Game. Bred in Indiana by Rich Raven. Owned by Claybar Moore Stables and Heron Thoroughbreds. Trained to victory by John Heron. Ridden by Alberto Burgos. Is Getting Tipsy makes it 2 in a row and returns 720 on top. Race 3 is official. $2 exacta returns $37.80. 50-cent trifecta, 652, 70.40. 10-cent superfecta, $57.99. $2 double, 4-6, 93.20. And the first pick 3 of the day returns $62.80. Race number 4 will be back on the main track, 5.5 furlongs the distance. Do scratch your morning line favorite, Crime Spree. Leaves us with a field of 7 going 5.5 furlongs on the main track. They'll be at the post 20 minutes from now. They are off and racing on the turf course as Pink Party Pants, seeking that first turf victory, goes looking for the lead, but the gray Amazing Gal is going to cling to that one, along with Taparina from in between and Native Lion in the four-path as Taparina clears off into that first turn, and it's Taparina going well clear from Amazing Gal and Native Lion. Then comes the quick breaking Pink Party Pants along with Lucky Shore right next to Getting Tipsy. Izzy's Monster about 5 lengths out of it, along with Four Glow, Divine Exchange, and Prescience. The last one in, the last one out through an opening quarter in 24.02, and it's Taparina at 6-1, being tugged along for Alexis Centeno, who's clear from Native Lion. Then comes Amazing Gal and Pink Party Pants down on the inside. Getting Tipsy, getting a great trip if good enough. Lucky Shore as Izzy's Monster moves up on the backside with Divine Exchange hung out 4 wide as it's a tightly packed group from tip to tail. It's only 6 lengths as Taparina tried to slow him down in that second quarter. Then comes Amazing Gal as now Pink Party Pants going all in along with Four Glow as they are strung out very wide as Prescience out in the 8th path, but it's still Taparina as Taparina cuts, and now it's Getting Tipsy who's looking for 2 in a row and getting tipsy with each and every stride, galloping up that ground. And Getting Tipsy loves our turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 5-2 on Getting Tipsy from Taparina and Izzy's Monster.
Race number 4, despite having 10 races, kicks off today's late Fire 5, 11.99% takeout. We'll be on the main track in here. Race number 5 will be back on that turf course again. It's due scratch number 6, Crime Spree, your morning line favorite out of this race, and it certainly sent those morning lines kind of into a tizzy. You don't know where the money's going to go when the morning line favorite does go out, and it looks like many people have settled in on the class-dropping Double Tough. Looking for win number 13 is the 10-year-old, but I'll go a different direction in here to kick off this late Fire 5 as well. I had a difficult time. I thought some long shots deserved to look in here. Now they're bet down as well. 2, 4, and 7 do take some action, but Double Tough not going to be on the ticket for me. The horse who is 5-1 morning line, currently 9-5 on the board as we are now 8 minutes away from race number 4. But we'll take a glance over at that late Fire 5 ticket and go through it as the horses join us down here in the paddock. 2, 4, and 7 taking a stand against Double Tough in here. I didn't know what to do. A horse who was claimed for $12,500 off of a layoff now drops in for $7,500. Certainly not giving away the farm, but Double Tough looking for the first win on the year. And I think Bourbon Teddy is the horse to catch to cash in here. If anyone wants lone speed on the front end, it could come from the guidance of Bourbon Teddy with Sammy Bermudez aboard. And Bermudez was red hot last week. Hopefully he can keep that trend continuing. This is a horse who will try the Indiana dirt course for the second time. The first try was a winning one, but didn't get the job done. Went off at 13-1, ran a winning race, but had to settle for second behind Highbrow. I think Bourbon Teddy is going to be tough on the front end. The single will come in our turf race in race number 5. Military Force, second start off the layoff for our leading trainer, Gennaro Garcia, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Garcia already has a winner on the day. He looks for another one in here in the 5th on the turf. Will go a mile on that turf course, and I think Marcelino Pedroza Jr. will fit Military Force very nicely. Second start off the layoff, second try this year off the layoff at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and a horse who's been consistent since moving to the turf. Does have 13 starts on the main track or synthetic and 2 starts on the turf, 1 second and 1 third. As the riders getting the leg up for the 4th, we kick off the final Monday late Fire 5 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. You won't have another opportunity to play our late Fire 5 until April of 2024. 6 minutes away. Don't get shut out. Fields on the track as we are 5 minutes away from race number 4, scratch number 6, Crime Spree. Race 4 does kick off today's late Fire 5.
approaching the gate.
Oh, the rain's in the bottom one. Damn it. Hold on, Riley. Hold on, Riley. Not yet. Hold on. It's fixing that leak. Okay. All right, you can go in.
The last to load, Roger McQueen from the outside post. They are off and running as Roger McQueen, 10 lengths slow out of the gate, just stood there as the gates pop, and it's Bourbon Teddy who looks to clear off from Kittens Adair and Hillbilly Logic in between. Then comes Keeping It Classy along with Double Tough, the 10-year-old gray, sitting in fifth. Right next to Keeping It Classy and Highest Praise, Roger McQueen picking up his feet, but he's got a lot of work to do through an opening quarter, and 22.55 as Bourbon Teddy and Sammy Bermudez trying to clear off, but Keeping It Classy at even money, ranging into it under the guidance of Fernando de la Cruz. Hillbilly Logic spinning the wheels at the top of the lane, and the 10-year-old Double Tough has a lot of work to do at the top of the lane, but he is making up ground as Double Tough looking to get the job done. Bourbon Teddy trying to hold off Keeping It Classy and Fernando de la Cruz. These two are locked into it at the 8th pole, and now Keeping It Classy puts away Bourbon Teddy. Double Tough, the 10-year-old, is lunging, but only lunging for second as Keeping It Classy gets the job done from Double Tough and Bourbon Teddy in 105.26. Stewards have lit the inquiry sign. They're going to take a look at the actions of number 8, Roger McQueen. Inquiry sign lit, looking at the start. Unofficially 7-3-4-8 in 105.26. Entering the High Bar Real Estate Winner's Circle, the victorious Keeping It Classy. Keeping It Classy, a 7-year-old dark bay gelding by Stay Thirsty out of Ginny's Classic has never switched hands from breeding to Winner's Circle with Nancy Winchell. Ridden to victory by Fernando de la Cruz and trained by Tim Eggleston. Keeping It Classy gets win number 8. Inquiry sign has been removed. Stewards determined that Roger McQueen caused his own issues at the start. There will be no change to the final order. Finish 7-3-4-8. Race number 4 has gone official. 7-3 exacta returns 11.20. 50-cent trifecta 12.05. Chalky superfecta returns 5.86. $2 double beginning in race number 3. 16.20. 50-cent pick 3. 65.15. We did have one claim out of race number 4. Number 8, Roger McQueen, goes to Carolyn Wilson for Larry Ravelli. Ravelli and Wilson pick up number 8, Roger McQueen. They are off and running as Roger McQueen, 10 lengths slow out of the gate, just stood there as the gates pop, and it's Bourbon Teddy who looks to clear off from Kittens Adair and Hillbilly Logic in between. Then comes Keeping It Classy along with Double Tough, the 10-year-old gray, sitting in 5th. Right next to Keeping It Classy and Highest Praise. Roger McQueen picking up his feet, but he's got a lot of work to do through an opening quarter, and 22.55 as Bourbon Teddy and Sammy Bermudez trying to clear off, but Keeping It Classy at even money, ranging into it under the guidance of Fernando de la Cruz. Hillbilly Logic spinning the wheels at the top of the lane, and the 10-year-old Double Tough has a lot of work to do at the top of the lane, but he is making up ground as Double Tough looking to get the job done. Bourbon Teddy trying to hold off Keeping It Classy and Fernando de la Cruz. These two are locked into it at the 8th pole, and now Keeping It Classy puts away Bourbon Teddy. Double Tough, the 10-year-old, is lunging, but only lunging for second as Keeping It Classy gets the job done from Double Tough and Bourbon Teddy in 105.26.
Corbel. Make it gold.
Ten minutes to the fifth race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and this is a 3-year-old not claiming for 12.5. They're going to go a mile on the turf. The scratches are as follows and changes. We got the 4 get through is out. Gerardo Corrales is on the 5. The 8 and 9 are scratched, as well as the AEs are out as well. Here in this race, I'm going to go with the rail, which is the 6-5 favorite here. Gennaro Garcia looking for a double, as he did win the opener today. This is Military Force, who is coming off of 2 very close second place finishes. Won an allowance optional claimer at Turfway, and then came here to Indy and ran with the same surface, but a little bit longer, went a mile and a 16th, and ended up missing by less than a length. This one's in the same class and dropping down a little bit down to the flat mile, which really 2 of its 3 wins have come at this particular distance. And out of the 6 times he's ran at the flat mile, he's finished 4 of those in the money. And then I'm going to go to the far outside. Inside's a little bit hotter right now speed-wise, and then the 12, though, I'm going to try Parkland. Orlando Mojica double on Friday. He's a hot jock riding here for Mike Maker, who has high percentages all over the board, but particularly in claiming ranks at 23%. Now this one's dropping down in class from an allowance optional claiming for 40. Ran on the slop last time on October 19th and put up an 81 Brisnut speed figure. Now we all know that speed does favor on and off track, but this one I think has good numbers and is going to be tough on the outside with a little bit of off. Should be a few lengths off the pace. Not a deep close or anything, but definitely settles back and is patient kind of horse. So I think he's got a good shot here. And then I'm going to go to the 10. The 10 is 5-1 right now on the tote board, and that is Jimmy Dan. Jimmy Dan. I just feel like you should say that with a Southern accent. Jimidan is ridden by Colby Hernandez, trained by Lindsey Schultz. This one dropping down from claiming for 25 all the way to 12.5. So down 2+ classes, obviously, is going to be a big difference. But the few that Lindsay has had drop down that far definitely gives her a good percentage in those kinds of situations. But if you look at that last race at today's surface and distance on October 24th against Tougher, he only lost for 4th by less than a length and 3/4. So definitely was close in that race. Even though that was a 4th place finish, that was a really nice finish in that race for a cross and was the better's favorite. So Jimmy Dan, I think, definitely one you can't miscount in this field. I've got 1:12:10 with Military Force on top here in the 5th race. Good luck.
Fields on the track for the upcoming 5th race. Scratch 4, 8, 9, 13, and 14. They'll be on the turf 4 minutes from now, kicking off today's late pick 4. Fields making their way onto a firm turf course. Post time. It is post time for race number 5. Major Wager goes in. Last to load is Parkland. They are off on the turf as Tough Road Rules goes looking for the lead, but it's a scramble up front as Major Wager wants a piece of that action, as does Military Force down on the inside. Now Parkland trying to cut over to that rail spot, but it's going to be Military Force under the wire for the first time from Tough Road Rules. Then comes Major Wager along with Parkland. Then's Jimmy Dan and Vintage Vinyl with Storm's Reflection down on the inside, and Jay's Naughty Boy, the Indiana bred, can see them all through a contested opening quarter as Military Force looking to slow them down on the backstretch. Tough Road Rules and Semi Bermuda is not going to let that happen. Major Wager gets a perfect spot for Gerardo Corrales, the rider, looking for a riding double. Parkland sits in fourth. Then comes Vintage Vinyl right next to Jimmy Dan. After that comes Major Sparks along with Storm's Reflection, and Jay's Naughty Boy can still see them all as Military Force takes them into the far turn. Tough Road Rules looking to get on even terms. Major Wager in with a major chance at this point. Parkland being asked for his best from Orlando Mojica. Joe Ramos trying to squeeze through a tight spot with Vintage Vinyl. Then comes Jimmy Dan in search of the first win since March of 2022, but Military Force cuts and clears with a length to hold. Military Force trying to hold him with a 16th, and now Major Wager gets room, and Major Wager eating up ground, and Jimmy Dan on the outside. Major Wager hits the lead, Jimmy Dan lunging, but Major Wager gets the job done. Five, 10, 1, 12. If you believe that final time, they're just 1/10 of a second off the track record. It's a riding double for Gerardo Corrales as Major Wager enters the High Bar Real Estate Winner's Circle. A 6-year-old bay gelding by Peppered Cat out of Flower Hill. Bred in Kentucky by Denise Martin, owned by Perry Martin. Ridden a victory by Gerardo Corrales and well prepared off the layoff for Anna Mia. Major Wager gets the job done in the 5th, which is now official. $2 exacta returns $92.80. 50-cent trifecta 5, 10, and 1, 64.60. 10-cent superfecta 44.20. Your $2 double 7.5 returns $33. 50-cent pick 3, 29.75. First pick 4 of the day, $610.15. And the early pick 5, a 50-cent play, returns $1,334.90. Race number 6, 20 minutes from now. They are off on the turf as Tough Road Rules goes looking for the lead, but it's a scramble up front as Major Wager wants a piece of that action, as does Military Force down on the inside. Now Parkland trying to cut over to that rail spot, but it's going to be Military Force under the wire for the first time from Tough Road Rules. Then comes Major Wager along with Parkland. Then's Jimmy Dan and Vintage Vinyl with Storm's Reflection down on the inside, and Jay's Naughty Boy, the Indiana bred, can see them all through a contested opening quarter as Military Force looking to slow them down on the backstretch. Tough Road Rules and Sammy Bermuda is not going to let that happen. Major Wager gets a perfect spot for Gerardo Corrales, the rider, looking for a riding double. Parkland sits in 4th. Then comes Vintage Vinyl right next to Jimmy Dan. After that comes Major Sparks along with Storm's Reflection, and Jay's Naughty Boy can still see them all as Military Force takes them into the far turn. Tough Road Rules looking to get on even terms. Major Wager in with a major chance at this point. Parkland being asked for his best from Orlando Mojica. Joe Ramos trying to squeeze through a tight spot with Vintage Vinyl. Then comes Jimmy Dan in search of the first win since March of 2022, but Military Force cuts and clears with a length to hold. Military Force trying to hold him with a 16th, and now Major Wager gets room, and Major Wager eating up ground, and Jimmy Dan on the outside. Major Wager hits the lead, Jimmy Dan lunging, but Major Wager gets the job done. We did have 3 claims out of race number 5. Number 1, Military Force, goes to make Mark Hickson, new trainer Randy Matthews. Hickson and Matthews pick up number 1 at Military Force. The victorious Major Wager was claimed in a 3-way shake for Tracy Wisner and Roger Thursby. Tracy Wisner, new trainer on Major Wager. Number 12, the final claim of race number 5 for Campos Family Ventures. New trainer, Lily Gonzalez. Lily Gonzalez and Campos Family Venture pick up number 12, Parkland. big fields at Horseshoe Indianapolis assist with some big payouts in that early pick 5. Over $1,300 returned. We had some favorites along the way as well. $1,300 in that early pick 5. If you're still alive in that late flyer 5, certainly wish you the best of luck. If not, rolling daily doubles and pick 3s may become your friend. A field of 9 will go to the gate, 6 furlongs on the main track. No scratches, no changes, and I happen to fancy Love Drunk. Now, fairness in wagering, I did prefer this horse much more at the 6-1 morning line than a morning line professional did make this horse. However, right now, the money has flown in on Love Drunk, even money for Randy Matthews as he owns and partially trains the good-looking 5-year-old chestnut in Love Drunk. Rodney Prescott going to be aboard as he was each and every start. The last about 6 starts, one of those being victorious. Love Drunk's been consistent regardless of where they race her. She's predominantly sprinting, but she's picked up a paycheck in almost each and every start this season. 6 out of 8 in the trifecta. She was last seen on Indiana Champions Day, and that was kind of a unique day. Not only was it the undercard of our Indiana Champions Day racing, but it was a drying out track, which some horses didn't really take to. It was listed as sloppy, but it was drying out, kind of cuppy. Some horses didn't really like it, so I'm willing to forgive that last start in here. You just draw a line through it, never got into the race that day, and was actually no factor throughout. And the money indicates that she's no worse for the wear. Nothing went amiss last time out, just a bad day on a weird track that she didn't take to. Even money on Love Drunk. A much better value, though, might come from Luna Love. I do expect this horse next door in the starting gate to take some action in here as Burgos looks for a riding double aboard Luna Love, a 5-year-old mare by Include, who's got 2 wins from 21 starts. The problem with Luna Love is it's been some time since she's visited the winner's circle. In fact, you'd have to go all the way back to July of 2021 to see that last win for Luna Love. That's been some time. She did go through her conditions fairly quick. She got the maiden breaking score on May 3rd. She got her second win July 1st, and since then, they haven't visited the winner's circle again. Both wins came under the guidance of Kim Hammond. We'll see if Claymore Stables and Heron can pick up their second winner on the day. As these connections teamed up for a win earlier today, they look for another one in here with Luna Love, who's looking to do something that she has not done in a very long time. But I think she's in with a chance, and that's exactly why I use her in second in this spot. Wicked Ecstasy is a big overlay at this point. 4-1 morning line, currently 9-1 on the board. And when you have a favorite who is 6-1 on the morning line, that's going to push some other horses into the overlay category. And that's the case with Lonnie Hinn's Wicked Ecstasy, a 5-year-old mare by Wicked Strong, who's only got 1 win, actually still eligible for non-winners of 2. Some of the others already have surpassed that non-winners of 2 in this spot. And Wicked Ecstasy, looking for the first win of the career, exits back-to-back third place finishes, and she'll do anything you ask her. She'll sprint, she'll go 2 turns, she'll run on the mud, she'll run on the dirt. I think Wicked Ecstasy deserves a look in here from the attack post with Burnham looking for her riding double in this spot as well. 9-1 on the board, but I think the money's accurate. Love Drunk looks to be the one to catch the cash, in my opinion, as we are 6 minutes away from the 6th at 5 o'clock here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fields on the track for race number 6. Do note there was a rider change in number 2, Flat Out Faye. Hannah Leahy will be aboard Flat Out Faye. Leahy aboard the 2 in the upcoming 6th. On advice of the track veterinarian, number 8, Katerina Petrova, is a late veterinarian scratch. Scratch number 8. If you used number 8, Katerina Petrova, in your late Fire 5 or late pick 4, you will transfer over to the post-time favorite in the upcoming 6th. They're at the gate. It's post time. The sun sets here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on our final Monday of the meet. In goes flat out Faye Hanalei aboard. Love Drunk. Even money favorite will be the next to load alongside Gotta Be Kiddin' Me. Six furlongs. And they are off. Starter caught him in a perfect line as Matilda Burnham looking to get over to the inside, but KS Geraldine going to show speed alongside Luna Love, and Irish Tap finds a perfect spot. Then comes Liturgia. Then comes Irish Tap alongside Flat Out Faye, Wicked Ecstasy, and Love Drunk. Your even money favorite, Love Drunk, is in 8th at this point early on, and Gotta Be Kiddin' Me can see them all through a slow opening quarter as KS Geraldine at 50-1 gets away with a 23.25 opening quarter, while a length clear from Luna Love. Irish Tap going all in early today. Then comes Liturgia and Flat Out Faye being asked for more from Hannah Leahy. And Love Drunk still well out of it at this point. It's still nothing from Love Drunk. Wicked Ecstasy and Gotta Be Kiddin' Me would need to make up 15 lengths at the top of the lane as it's KS Geraldine now being attacked by Luna Love and Irish Tap looking to round into it. Luna Love trying to hold off Irish Tap, and now Love Drunk is picking up momentum on the outside, but Luna Love has got the jump, and Love Drunk gonna have to settle for second from Luna Love. 43516. 43516 in 113.24. Doubles across the board for the connections of Luna Love, a 5-year-old dark bay mare by Include out of My Lunar Love. Bred in Indiana by Triple D Partners. Owned by Claymore Moore Stables and Heron Thoroughbreds. John Heron, a training double, and Alberto Burgos, a riding double, as Luna Love stops the clock in 113.24. We did have a claim out of number 6, the 6, Liturgia, goes to John Howard. Owner, trainer, John Howard picks up number 6, Liturgia. Race number 6 is now official. $2 exacta returns $35.40. 50-cent trifecta, $25.10. Your 10-cent superfecta, $130.05. The pentafecta, big payouts in that pentafecta, $486.39. Your $2 daily double, 5-4, returns $90. Your consolation double, 5-8, $11.20. 50-cent pick 3 returns $46.05. We'll be back on the main track for a 6-furlong maiden event in race number 7. Do scratch number 4, Backwards K. 20 minutes from now for race 7. Six furlongs. And they are off. Starter caught him in a perfect line as Matilda Burnham looking to get over to the inside, but KS Geraldine going to show speed alongside Luna Love, and Irish Tap finds a perfect spot. Then comes Liturgia. Then comes Irish Tap alongside Flat Out Faye, Wicked Ecstasy, and Love Drunk. Your even money favorite, Love Drunk, is in 8th at this point early on, and gotta be kidding me. Can see them all through a slow opening quarter as KS Geraldine at 50-1 gets away with a 23.25 opening quarter, while a length clear from Luna Love. Irish Tap going all in early today. Then comes Liturgia and Flat Out Faye being asked for more from Hannah Leahy. And Love Drunk still well out of it at this point. It's still nothing from Love Drunk. Wicked Ecstasy and Gotta Be Kidding Me would need to make up 15 lengths at the top of the lane as it's KS Geraldine now being attacked by Luna Love and Irish Tap looking to round into it. Luna Love trying to hold off Irish Tap, and now Love Drunk is picking up momentum on the outside, but Luna Love has got the jump, and Love Drunk gonna have to settle for second from Luna Love.
4 more opportunities to make some money here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on Mondays. We've got 7, 8, 9, and 10 are the quarter horse varieties, so still plenty of money to pad your wallet or your purse, whichever you prefer. Do scratch number 4, backwards K, out of this event. I do think Infinity's Warrior is the one to catch the cash in here, and it looks like the bettors would agree as the outside runner Digger Dale is taking some action at 2-1, but I think Infinity's Warrior likely to go off favored in this spot. If you found those DRF projections, they would indicate 4-5, maybe the final price on Kim Hammond's Infinity's Warrior with Sammy Bermudez aboard, and it looks like this 3-year-old gelding by Oxbow has one way to go, and that is right to the lead to try and play catch me if you can. In fact, this horse has never really shown the ability to close out of it or ever pass other horses. So if Infinity's Warrior does not get the lead today, and there may be some other speed to the inside of this one, it could yield some issues for Infinity's Warrior, for a horse who's got 7 starts, has really never, in fact, that I can see, ever passed a horse throughout the running of a race. So certainly going to be a player on the front end is the good-looking son of Oxbow, who is 0 for 7 in the career, but an Indiana bred who has taken on open company in 2 starts, previously tried maiden special weight. Near the end of the year, they'll get down to a reasonable spot in here, looking to pick up a paycheck for Kim Hammond, who had multiple victories last week as well, and she looks to continue her success of last week this week with Infinity's Warrior. Currently on the board is the one to beat at 8-5, but the one to bet right now could be a lightly raced son of Congrats, and that's Mr. Negativity. Now, it's not ideal that the other speed drawn right outside in the starting gate, so they're going to have to deal with your current favorite right out of the gate. But Mr. Negativity is another horse who could find themselves on the lead, and I talked about the struggles with Infinity's Warrior being able to pass horses, but maybe Mr. Negativity gets the lead and never looks back. This is a horse who has predominantly been at maiden special weight. In fact, 80% of the starts have been at the maiden special weight level. The lone try at maiden claiming they ran a good race. They showed speed. They were actually quicker out of the gate than Infinity's Warrior, but they did lose to that one by 4 lengths. Now, they were drawn down on the inside, down on the rail. I'm sure they were hopeful and wishing that they would be drawn to the outside of Infinity's Warrior, but it just did not happen. The good news is they get the leading rider, Joe Ramos, aboard, and you're also getting 6-1, a very juicy price on a horse who was quicker out of the gate than Infinity's Warrior last time out. We'll see if they can get the job done. I don't think 6-1 going to stick around, but we'll see how it plays out as the horses get closer to the gate. Number 9 is Buckle Up, Tony Duran and Orlando Mojica in here for Rancho Monarca. The experience edge over many in this field. This will be start number 10 today for this 3-year-old Bucaro colt. 4-1 on the board. Excuse me, not colt. Gelding has gone through the ultimate equipment change from colt to gelding. Turf to dirt in play, cutting back. If those two, Mr. Negativity and Infinity's Warrior, do set up a speed duel up front, I think Buckle Up could be your beneficiary in here. This is a horse who the last 3 starts has been going 2 turns, now cuts back today. Really has never shown much as a sprinter, but it was tough to tell and really tough to analyze because most of those sprint tries came at the maiden special weight level. Now drops down to maiden, claiming for the first time, cuts back. There is certainly a lot to like about Buckle Up, who should sit just behind your dueling leaders on the front end. 5, 3, and 9. As don't forget about Digger Dale, the first-time starter, taking plenty of action. 8-1 morning line, currently bet down to 2-1. The money's come in on Tony Grant, and it says Digger Dale, looking to get a victory lap in the winner's circle for Digger Dale. And here, a 3-year-old Hunt gelding as well. But I'm going to try and get your runner home, your favorite home, in Infinity's Warrior. 5, 3, and 9 as we're 6 minutes away from the 7th.
Fields made their way onto the main track for race number 7, 3 minutes to post, scratch number 4. Fields made their way to the starting gate at the bottom of the hour here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It is post time for race number 7. Money spread throughout in this field. Current Lukewarm favorite, Infinity's Warrior. Last to load will be the first time starter in Digger Dale for Tony Granitz. De La Cruz aboard. Consternation in the middle. Settles. Backing out number 7, Reiteration. Reiteration's being taken a look at by the on-track veterinarian.
Hey, let him get
Terraza off.
Let him get on before you go in there. Yeah, make sure you're ready so we can get these things out of here.
Terraza on. Cleared for a start. They are off and running as Reiteration broke alertly, as did Mr. Negativity. Mr. Negativity looking to go to that lead from Digger Dale, and Infinity's Warrior is going to have to pass horses today as that one sits in third. Then comes Tani Como along with Revs Metal. To the outside is Buckle Up. Then comes Revs Metal along with Motion to Adjourn, Page Perfect, and Reiteration after acting up in the gate can see them all, as Mr. Negativity at 6-1 is a length clear from Infinity's Warriors being asked for more. Tani Como at 86-1 rides the rail, and Digger Dale, the first time starter, making a look that first start. A winning one is Buckle Up on the cutback, and here comes Buckle Up. Buckle Up ranging into it nicely for Orlando Mojica, but they have to come and get Mr. Negativity as Infinity's Warriors under the whip, and Infinity's Warrior cutting into that margin. Mr. Negativity went quick early. How much does he have left? Is he still clear at the 8th pole? Mr. Negativity holding him off. Buckle Up has got a ton of momentum, and now Infinity's Warrior is cutting into that margin, but Mr. Negativity and Joe Ramos have done enough, and Joe Ramos, our leading rider, gets Mr. Negativity home a winner in 112.59. Three, 5, 9-1-10 in 112.59. Race 7 is official as Mr. Negativity enters into the winner's circle for the first time. A 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Congrats out of Half a Glance. Bred in Indiana by William Nix. Owned by Speed Stable and trainer Randy Klopp. Ridden to victory by our leading rider, Joe Ramos. Mr. Negativity returns 1540 on top. $2 exacta, 46.60. 50-cent trifecta, 30.20. 10-cent superfecta, 3591, 30.98. Pentafecta, 146.93. $2 double, 4-3, 102.40. 50-cent pick 3, 135.55. The thoroughbred finale in the final pick 3 opportunity of the day is on the board in just 20 minutes from now. No scratches, no changes in today's featured event, going 1 mile on the main track. They are off and running as Reiteration broke alertly, as did Mr. Negativity. Mr. Negativity looking to go to that lead from Digger Dale, and Infinity's Warrior is going to have to pass horses today as that one sits in third. Then comes Tani Como along with Revs Metal. To the outside is Buckle Up. Then comes Revs Metal along with Motion to Adjourn, Page Perfect, and Reiteration after acting up in the gate can see them all as Mr. Negativity at 6-1 is a length clear from Infinity's Warriors being asked for more. Tani Como at 86-1 rides the rail, and Digger Dale, the first-time starter, making a look that first start. A winning one is Buckle Up on the cutback, and here comes Buckle Up. Buckle Up ranging into it nicely for Orlando Mojica, but they have to come and get Mr. Negativity as Infinity's Warriors under the whip, and Infinity's Warrior cutting into that margin. Mr. Negativity went quick early. How much does he have left? Is he still clear at the 8th pole? Mr. Negativity holding him off. Buckle Up has got a ton of momentum, and now Infinity's Warrior is cutting into that margin, but Mr. Negativity and Joe Ramos have done enough, and Joe Ramos, our leading rider, gets Mr. Negativity home a winner in 112.59.
not only did I think today's featured event of the card in race number 8 was the best race on the card, I thought it was also the best betting opportunity in here. However, my top selection getting hammered right now at the window is 4-1 morning line. Currently favored is 6-5, and it's Zolo down on the inside. But we've got quite the field assembled in here. We've got stakes winners, stakes champions, horses that have made $500,000 in this field. Incredible field assembled in here. 8 of them will go to the gate and battle it out over the 1 mile distance on a fast main track, and hopefully many of these horses do come back next year and continue to showcase their skills on display for us in here. A state-bred competition and a nice field assembled, which has stakes quality but just not a stakes title to this name in here. And I'm going to try Zolo in here, who's 5 for 10, has won half of their career starts, and look at how this chestnut has turned out. The 4-year-old by commissioner looks picture perfect. Looks like they just dried off from the bath. I mean, the sun or the lights just glistening down on Zolo. If you are new to horse racing, that's how you want them to look, and that's how you want them turned out in here. Orlando Mojica going to be calling the shots for Tony Duran's Zolo. Turf to dirt in play. They do exit a win. That win came on the turf, but 4 wins in the 5-win career have all come on the main track. We'll see if Zolo can make it 2 out of 3, does his best running on the front end. We'll see if Omo can put him on the front and play catch me if you can, but they're going to have to deal with Stop Hammer Time, another one who goes turf to dirt in play. Now, this is a horse who's tried the turf with moderate success. Hadn't run poorly by any means on the turf. In fact, that last start was much, much better than it looks. There was a ton of traffic in the lane for Stop Hammer Time. I could see them going back to the turf in the future. But this is a horse who all of the success has come on the main track. A 7-time winner making start number 55 today is Stop Hammer Time, who goes turf to dirt, doesn't try this 2-turn distance very often, primarily a sprinter, but has been in good form. And I simply just couldn't overlook that last start on the turf. I mean, that was a much better than it looked. It was a playback, in my opinion, if they came back on the turf. They did gallop out well, certainly showcased, at least to me on the turf, that they can handle the distance. The distance unlikely to be a concern, even though almost all of the starts have come sprinting. This will only be the 4th time that Stop Hammer Time has gone 1 mile on the main track. Doesn't have a win at this 1 mile distance, but does have 2 seconds. So a horse who's proven around the 2-turn distance, and I think could be overlooked, just as they are being overlooked at this point, 14-1 on the board. Rounding out the trifecta for me would be One Big Dude, who's ice cold on the board. Ooh, chilly for One Big Dude. 5-2 morning line, currently 7-1. The bettors are playing against Randy Klopp, and do so at your own peril. The guy knows how to win. He just visited our winner's circle in race number 7. He looks for a training double in here with One Big Dude, who has 3 wins around our main track and should be a beneficiary of this distance. Happens to really relish 2 turns. Does have to deal with some others on the front end. There's a lot of speed in here, including Zolo, who's taken a ton of action, but oftentimes overlays do win, and that could be the case with One Big Dude for Reese Ranch as the riders getting the leg up. A stakes quality field set to battle it out over 1 mile under the lights here at the Shoe.
Field's on the track for tonight's feature, just 4 minutes from now. Field approaching the gate. Post time for race 8. Stop Hammer Time and Zolo go in along with One Big Dude. Up next, Hobnobbin General and Follow the Money. Zolo favored throughout with Mansfield Tiger, your clear second choice. Better to have keyed in on the 2 and the 8. Rich Kingdom goes in. Sammy Bermuda's aboard. Edgar Morales and Mansfield Tiger, the last to load. They're off and racing under the lights at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A Stop Hammer Time away slowly and 5 lengths behind Zolo as it's a scramble for that early lead. Fernando de la Cruz thinks better of it, and he takes Grandin Bay back along with Mansfield Tiger, but Zolo up top through a contested early quarter with Follow the Money and One Big Dude in the 3-path. The field's long shot Rich Kingdom finds a good spot. Hobnobbin General in 5th. After the slow start, Stop Hammer Time in 6th. Then comes Grandin Bay and Mansfield Tiger through an opening quarter in 24.69. And Follow the Money and Joe Ramos content to track Zolo. One Big Dude out in the 3-path and One Big Dude putting the pedal to the metal and speeding it up. And Rich Kingdom still down on the inside. Then comes Hobnobbin General. Mansfield Tigers moved up 2 places. Stop Hammer Time under a loose rein already, and still nothing from Grandin Bay through an opening half in 48.73. Zolo at 2-1 trying to fend off Follow the Money in a horse sandwich with One Big Dude who's been 3 wide throughout. That's it for Rich Kingdom. The field's long shot dropping out of it. Hobnobbin General still in with a punter's chance, and Mansfield Tiger has a lot of work to do, but he is starting to roll, and Mansfield Tiger is coming now as Zolo looks to put away Follow the Money, and One Big Dude still grinding. One Big Dude not giving up at this point, but Zolo has slipped away with Orlando Mojica, and with a 16th to go, Zolo finishing up full of run. An impressive performance for Zolo, who comes onto the wire first from Follow the Money and One Big Dude in 138.87. 2, 3, 5, 6, and number 7, Grandin Bay, rounds out the Pentafecta. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, and 138.87, still unofficial. It's been quite the find for Rancho Monarca at the claiming box as Zolo gets the 5th victory for Rancho Monarca. Zolo enters the High Bar Real Estate Winner's Circle, a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Commissioner out of Cool Johanna, bred in Indiana by Lannister Holdings, owned by Rancho Monarca LLC, trained to victory by Tony Duran, and ridden by Orlando Mojica. An impressive victory for Zolo, who returns $6. $2 exacta, $24.60. 50-cent trifecta, $25.40. 10-cent superfecta, chalk on top, $26.20. The 10-cent exacta 5 or pentafecta, $72.78. Your $2 double returns $53.40. 50-cent pick 3, $94.30. The late pick 4, $812.05. And the late fire 5, chalk rounds it out, $1,740.70. Race number 9, posted on the board just 17 minutes away. Miss Martha will take you through it. Do scratch number 11, AP the Dove's Light. The also eligibles are scratched out of both the 9th as well as the 10th, as 10 of them set to battle it out over 350 yards for the late daily double. Off and racing under the lights at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A stop hammer time away slowly and 5 lengths behind Zolo as it's a scramble for that early lead. Fernando de la Cruz thinks better of it, and he takes Grandin Bay back along with Mansfield Tiger, but Zolo up top through a contested early quarter with Follow the Money and One Big Dude in the 3-path. The field's long shot Rich Kingdom finds a good spot. Hobnobbin General in 5th. After the slow start, stop hammer time in 6th. Then comes Grandin Bay and Mansfield Tiger through an opening quarter in 24.69. And Follow the Money and Joe Ramos content to track Zolo. One Big Dude out in the 3-path and One Big Dude putting the pedal to the metal and speeding it up. And Rich Kingdom still down on the inside. Then comes Hobnobbin General. Mansfield Tigers moved up 2 places. Stop hammer time under a loose rein already, and still nothing from Grandin Bay through an opening half in 48.73. Zolo at 2-1 trying to fend off Follow the Money in a horse sandwich with One Big Dude who's been 3 wide throughout. That's it for Rich Kingdom. The field's long shot dropping out of it. Hobnobbin General still in with a punter's chance, and Mansfield Tiger has a lot of work to do, but he is starting to roll, and Mansfield Tiger is coming now as Zolo looks to put away Follow the Money, and One Big Dude still grinding. One Big Dude not giving up at this point, but Zolo has slipped away with Orlando Mojica, and with a 16th to go, Zolo finishing up full of run. An impressive performance for Zolo, who comes onto the wire first from Follow the Money and One Big Dude in 138.87.
a gorgeous Monday as we are in the midst of our final week of the Horseshoe Indianapolis live racing season. Gosh, hard to believe. It's some ways it seems like it's been going on for a long time. In some ways, I know we're all going to be sad to say adios. All right, well, race 9, we have 2 quarter horse races, and they're both maidens for 2-year-olds. The first one will have a purse of $18,000, and it's for registered Indiana breds. We do have 1 scratch, and that's also eligible, number 11 AP, the Dove's Light. All right, I'm going to begin with number 6, and that's Dragon in My Wagon, exiting a 3rd place finish in the Miss Roxy Little Futurity Consolation, which took place on October 28th. Trained by Tim Eggleston, this is a filly by On the Wagon, has hit the board in 3 of her 4 starts. And as we've talked about many times, Tim has been exceptionally good with his 2-year-olds this season. All right, that's my top choice. Next, we're going to talk about trainer Shelby Weintraut, who's going to saddle number 4, Fueled by Ivory. This horse qualified for the richest futurity we've run this meet. That's the $204,000 Miss Roxy Little Futurity. Now, of course, in that, it was a 9th place finish to the sensational Red-Headed Beach. Red-Headed Beach is the only horse in Indiana quarter horse history to win 3 futurities in 1 season. So as I've said repeatedly, it's no shame to lose to a horse of that quality and magnitude. But this is a nice filly by Ivory James, certainly deserves a long look as she drops back to the maiden level this afternoon. All right, now we're going to talk about 3 Troubled Trips by number 1, Louisiana on Fire. It's just hard to ignore this son of the Louisiana cartel, maybe because of his connections, who have been super red hot of late. That's trainer Jessie Vasquez and her husband Giovanni, who rides for the stable. Now, both of them had a terrifically successful week. I think they're pretty much finished, either won or finished in the money on each of the quarter horse races last week. Jessie's 2nd in the standings, just 2 behind Tony Cunningham. Real good meet for this outfit. And, you know, Louisiana on Fire, obviously, they don't all get it in the first go. So Jessie's been patient, and I think you're going to see a good effort, especially breaking from the rail. All right, and then for my 4th selection, we'll talk about number 7, MG Pilot Boy. This horse has flashed speed in his 6 starts for leading trainer Tony Cunningham. He's a colt by Paint My Pilot, and last competed in a trial for the Miss Roxy Little Futurity for M&G Farms. Okay, you know, give them another look. As I mentioned before, they don't all get it at first go. All right, so I'll be going 6-4-1-7 in the 9th race, and I'll be back to preview our 2nd quarter horse feature, also for 2-year-olds. It's always interesting to see how these guys do. All right, good luck to all.
Fields made their way onto the main track for the late daily double. Coming up just a few minutes from now, do scratch the also eligible AP the Doves Light out of this race. Jermaine O'Neal picks up the mount aboard number 3, Apple Pie Moonshine, and number 9, ridden by Saul Lopez. Lopez picks up the mount on number 9, Beach King. The field at 10, set to go 350 just a couple minutes from now. Fields reached the starting gate. lights on at the wire. So we are set for a start for race number 9. Just about set for a start. Just a few back. They are off as Dragging My Wagon broke alertly, as did Louisiana on him, fired down on the inside, and those two broke the quickest of them all. Another Little Diva needs to do a lot more. Dragging My Wagon roaming off his path, but he is clear at this point, and it's Dragging My Wagon to the winner's circle. Photo for place goes to number 5, Hazel. 6'5", 7'8" in 18.12. Still unofficial. Race 9 official. $2 exacta returns $19.80. 50-cent trifecta $91.20. 50-cent pick 3 $45.65. That $2 double 2-6 returns $25.80. The 10-cent superfecta $24.01. 10-cent pentafecta $85.89. As race number 9 is official. Dragging My Wagon coming back towards the winner's circle for the victory pose. Entering the winner's circle, the victorious Dragon My Wagon, a 2-year-old gray filly by On the Wagon out of Paris, bred in Indiana, owned by Shelley and Chris Burke, ridden to victory by Rolando Pina. Trainer Tim Eggleston with a thoroughbred victory and a quarter horse victory today. The Eggleston team does it all. Race number 9, official. Race number 10 coming up a short 15 minutes from now. Do scratch number 11, Super Javi. No home runs to be hit today by Super Javi out of post position number 11. A field of 10 will go 350, all looking for their first career victory 15 minutes from now. They are off as Dragon My Wagon broke alertly, as did Louisiana on him, fired down on the inside, and those two broke the quickest of them all. Another little diva needs to do a lot more. Dragon My Wagon roaming off his path, but he is clear at this point, and it's Dragon My Wagon to the winner's circle.
We're going to close out the Monday card with another quarter horse race, 350 yards. This again is for 2-year-olds. These are registered Indiana bred 2-year-old quarter horses. And we do have one scratch, and that's number 11, Super Javi. Javi, probably for Javier, I think. Okay, and the rest of the field is going to be traveling 350 yards. So we'll see how it goes. Let's go ahead and begin with number 1, DuPont Beach. Oh boy, DuPont Beach has faced Red-Headed Beach, and I can't mention Red-Headed Beach enough because of her prowess this season, winning 3 Futurities, the only horse in Indiana quarter horse history to have accomplished that feat. But it's kind of tough for the runner-up, who always kind of follow in her footsteps. So it's a good opportunity for DuPont Beach to show his stuff. Basically, this is a Sherry Miller homebred trained by Claudio Barazza and ran second in the QHRAI Stallion Service Auction Futurity previously this meet. I think it's his turn to shine. All right, then we're going to go to number 6, and that's Special Bad Habit. Qualified for the Gordon Mobley Futurity, which took place in August, and as well as the consolation for the Miss Roxy Little Futurity. That was on October 28th. Trained by Ron Raper, this is a gelding by Habit's Secret, who's hit the board in 4 of his 7 efforts this season. Time to break the maiden, potentially. Just have to go ahead and surpass DuPont Beach, who has probably a little more experience than this other horse. All right, we're going to go on and talk about number 3, Cruisin' Down the Beach, very lightly raced son of Habit's Secret, who sold for $33,000 in the 2022 QHRAI Speed Sale. That's a yearling sale, and that's a pretty good price, to tell you the truth. Jessie Vasquez will give a leg up to her husband Giovanni. As I mentioned in my last preview, the two of them have been on fire, winning all kinds of races, 33 races to date. She won 23 last season, so what a great meet it's been. See her improvement. This is a really hardworking couple in racing. And as I mentioned, not all 2-year-olds show their flash right off the bat, but I think this gelding has tremendous potential. The connections are very good, so take a long look as they're warming up. And my 4th choice will be number 4, Beach Benny. Has faced several in this field, limited success, but trainer Tony Cunningham is really, really good with his 2-year-olds, and you know, all of them kind of develop at different levels. Some of them are completely ready to roll right off the bat. Others have trip trouble, need a little equipment change or whatever. So I never disregard anything coming out of the Tony Cunningham barn. This is a filly by Escondido Beach. I think she's very capable of outrunning her 15-to-1 odds. I believe last week Tony had a horse that paid $91, much to all of our surprise. Well, not really, because he's a great horseman, and you know, they all work very hard in developing these runners. All right, so I'll go 1, 6, 3, 4. Good luck to everybody, and of course I'll be back tomorrow. We have one more quarter horse race to close out the Tuesday card.
Fields on the track for the finale on our final Monday of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Do not forget, live racing picks up this week. Tomorrow at 2:30, we will have a special week of racing where we'll race every day, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Both Thursday and Friday will begin at 1:50 Eastern Standard Time. So get your fill of Horseshoe Indianapolis on the final 5 days of racing. Horses have reached the gate. It's post time for race number 10. Couple of beaches down on the inside. Better be careful with that one. DuPont Beach, Run the Beach, Cruising Down the Beach, and Beach Bunny. All right next to each other. Beach Bunny goes in. Heavily favored DuPont Beach standing nicely as the rest of this field goes in. Cash on Jess, the Magic Dragon Lady, and Les Lee's favorite. 40-1 on the outside. Set for a start. They're off in the nightcap, and DuPont Beach caught a flyer out of there. So did Running on the Beach, and Beach Bunny maybe quickest of all, but DuPont Beach, the 2-year-old gelding, is awfully quick, and DuPont Beach by many lengths. Look at this. Open lengths for DuPont Beach. Wrapped up winner. Photo for place, tight photo for place. DuPont Beach, never in doubt, 1-5. Photo sign being removed, 14276. Chalk on top over a couple of bombs for that Pentafecta. I've also been handed the unofficial results of the $10,000 shoe-in. Discuss the final winners shortly after DuPont Beach's winner's circle photo. 5 winners. Collecting plenty of cash. $2,000 given away today in the $10,000 shoe-in. Into the high bar real estate winner's circle is DuPont Beach. 2-year-old bay gelding by DuPont out of Beach Birdie, bred in Indiana, owned by Sherry Miller, trained by Claudio Barraza. Ridden to victory by Edgar Diaz. DuPont Beach stops the clock in a lickety-split 17.71 in tonight's finale. Race 10 is official. Pentafecta. Chalk on top, 1-5 on top, $1,374.32. $2 exacta, $29. 50-cent try, $101.95. Your final double of the evening, $7. 10-cent superfecta, $151.59. Final pick 3, $6.55. We did have 5 winners of some money in the $10,000 shoe-in conducted by Miss Tammy Knox, one of the best in the business. 5th place goes to Ozzy Vargas, $100 reward for 5th place finisher Ozzy Vargas. Vargas. In fourth, Tony Fannin collects $200 on track. Congratulations, Tony. In third, William Coors collects $300 on track. $500 in giveaways. Who says it doesn't pay to come to the racetrack? In second, James Mack, $400 in our big winner. Congratulations to Tim Beckham. $1,000, the final winners of the $10,000 shoe-in. It pays to play at Horseshoe Indianapolis. That's going to conclude the live racing action here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We do have a Tuesday card. Looking to be on a fast and firm track. First post, 2:30. Whether you're on track or in the simulcast feed, thanks for playing, and see y'all tomorrow. They're off in the nightcap, and DuPont Beach caught a flyer out of there. So did Running on the Beach, and Beach Bunny maybe quickest of all, but DuPont Beach, the 2-year-old gelding, is awfully quick, and DuPont Beach by many lengths. Look at this. Open lengths for DuPont Beach. Wrapped up winner.